The Storms are behind us. We have the Texas Derby in Arlington as North Texas SC takes on Houston Dynamo 2. A little over 24 hours after the Dynamo first team took down FC Dallas at Toyota Stadium, Dynamo Dos tries to go 2 for 2 on rivalry weekend here at Choctaw. Jack Edwards with you. Let's look at the lineups. First off for North Texas. It's been 16 days since they last played at Minnesota United FC 2. It was a 1-0 win. They make 6 changes from that group, including, probably most importantly, in net. Nicholas Montoya comes in for his first professional start. The goalkeeper coming in, JT Harms, slides into the bench up front as well. Fasu Sangare, who made his first professional start for North Texas last time they played against Minnesota. He starts up top yet again. Sam Sarver in that right wing role, the captain. 4 goals, 1 assist for the first-year professional out of Indiana University. Tyreek Scott on the other side of that front four, a very important component to this attack for North Texas. For their rivals from Houston, they won 5-1 when these teams last played. They line up in a 5-3-2 shape. 2 changes made from their last match, a 0-0 draw against Colorado Rapids 2. The 2 players coming in, Gavin Wolf and Michael Halliday. Isaac Moatalia and Stephen Anor coming out of the lineup. Michael Halliday, the first-teamer, making 1 appearance so far this season, comes in the back line trying to get some fitness for the first team. He'll play in that back 3 after a long career with Orlando City. He is now with the Houston Dynamo 2 setup, trying to gear himself up for some potential MLS action here in 2025. It's been a long delay to get us to this point here today. It was originally a 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 local kick. It's now, of course, much later into Sunday evening. It'll push into early Monday morning after a 3-hour weather delay pushed things back this evening. When the first teams met yesterday as part of rivalry weekend, there was about a 45-50 minute delay for the first team proceedings. In that match, it was a 2-0 win for Houston Dynamo on the road, and Dynamo 2 will try and continue the good fortunes for Houston this weekend. They take on North Texas here today. Mentioned that 5-1 win for Houston earlier on this year. It was back on March 23rd. Mo Cisse scored the opener for North Texas. He plays in the back line here today. But after a turnaround with 2 goals for Houston, making it 2-1, Diego Garcia with a Gonzalez with a fantastic free kick in the 55th minute. There was a red card for Alvaro Augusto. North Texas went down to 10 men. They eventually went down 5-1. Further goals for Correa, Arzu, and Gardner, sealing the results when these teams met for the first time this year. It's a matchup that has historically been dominated by Houston Dynamo 2. They have won 5 of the 10 meetings, and they have won 2 of the 3 shootouts the teams have gone to. So just 2 of 10 wins for North Texas is the record as they play here at home. One thing they will take with them, 2 of the last 5 games they've played, they have won, including when they last met at Choctaw Stadium last year. On August 17th, it was a 4-1 win for the home side on that occasion. Sebastian Rodriguez is in the center circle. Wearing the orange tops and white bottoms are Houston Dynamo 2. Their rivals, North Texas, are in the blue and red kits. Alex Beeler is our head official this evening. The delay is behind us. Kickoff is imminent, and the 11th Texas Derby between Houston Dynamo 2 and North Texas is underway, with Dynamo 2 heading from left to right. Jack Edwards here with you on MLSNextPro.com. We appreciate you joining us for this late evening action. These teams coming into this match in relatively good form. 11 points out of the last 15 available for both sides. A long switch of play quickly gets Sam Sarver into the 18. A low shot is saved by Pedro Cruz. So within 30 seconds, the first shot comes from the captain for North Texas, Sam Sarver. Already 4 goals in 9 appearances as a professional. Trying to get off to a quick start like he has so far this season. There was a slight tug in the midfield there from Alvaro Augusto. 2 yellow cards for him when these teams last met. He'll want to avoid a similar results here today. Stay on the field for as many minutes as possible. Avoid an early shower this evening. Gavin Wolf takes this left-footed free kick, drops one over the top, aiming for Halliday. He'll track this one down, roll one back. Rolled into the channel by Bolma. There's a cross attempt there by Enrique Correa, but it last touched him, bouncing off Cisse, out for a goal kick. In the hands of Nicholas Montoya. He was with North Texas in 2024 and in 2023, but the 18-year-old did not make any appearances. This is his first professional appearance in between the sticks. Sarver fouled from behind, just on Montoya. Whenever you're making a debut as a goalkeeper, if you're John Gall, the head man for North Texas, you're always hopeful that they can keep it clean for him and try and prevent any preventable mistakes, defend as well as they can in their own box for the debutant. Clipped over the top, no one there to immediately chase. The pass forward by Ian Charles. And Gavin Wolf conceded out of play for a goal kick. So last match for Houston Dynamo 2 was a 0-0 draw against Colorado Rapids 2. That was 9 days ago. Ended up getting a shootout win. Pedro Cruz may not have gotten a touch on it, may have hit the post, but in the end he was influential in the decisive penalty, a 5-4 shootout win for 2 points against a really strong Colorado Rapids 2 team. They've got 17 points. They were second in the West entering the weekend, taking on a North Texas team that were fourth entering the weekend with 15 points. A chance for them to leapfrog Houston should they get the better of them here today. The layoff there from Sangare, not able to come off, out for a throw-in. Last win for Dynamo 2 has been a little while now. It was April 27th, 2-1 at home against another opponent from Texas, Austin FC 2. Strong challenge put in. Comes here for Scott. Does he win a corner? Yes, he did. It's the first of the match. It'll be on this near side for North Texas. North Texas coming off back-to-back wins, shutout wins as well. At Minnesota, 1-0. And against the Town, when they were last at Choctaw, they won 2-0. They had some time off. John Gall saying, giving the players the opportunity to get some time away before they picked up training ahead of the match here this evening. But 16 days since Landon Hickam scored the lone goal in a 1-0 win. They play this rivalry match and they have a corner here in the 4th minute. In swinger towards the back post. Nodded back into play. Scott was in an offside position. The flag goes up. And it's a free kick inside the 6-yard box for Houston Dynamo 2. Touched on Montoya, goalkeeper for North Texas. The debutant here today. Pedro Cruz making an 8th start of the season. It's a free kick for North Texas here, but Cruz stepping up as a leader, according to head coach Marcelo Santos. Transferring in from Brazil in the off-season, beginning to get acclimated to his new surroundings. He's really nailed on to this starting role. Conceded 5 goals in their last 5 games, Houston have. They have 2 shutouts in that time. Most goals conceded in a 3-1 defeat at St. Louis early May. It's a long line of orange jerseys to defend the edge of the 18-yard box. Garcia leaves it. Sarver delivers the free kick, flicked along. Scott will opt to keep it in play. Rolls this one along. Torquato. Here's Sarver. Picks his head up, maybe thought about a pass forward, opts to drive into some space. Not marked too tightly, plays it to Ramirez. Ramirez moves it along to Torquato. Carrying towards the box, low ball all the way across. No nonsense clearance out by Houston. It's going to be a throw-in on this near side. This time, the last touch coming from North Texas. It's going to be a Houston goal kick. Goal kick will be taken again. Maybe an issue of Sangare entering the 18 too soon. He'll be in discussion with Alex Beeler about that exact issue. Cisse got ahead to it. Swung along. Ramirez comes onto the loose ball, plays it to Sarver. Sarver loses his touch there. It's up an apologetic hand. It's a Houston Dynamo 2 throw in. One early shot from Sam Sarver, the lone chance for either side so far. Could that change here as North Texas win it back? The pass too heavy for Scott, and Cruz will see it out for a goal kick. Touched on the last meeting between these teams earlier on this year, back on March 23rd, a 5-1 win for Houston. As a matter of fact, the last 3 meetings between these teams, it hasn't been particularly close in terms of the end results. 5-1, a Houston win in the first meeting this year. 4-1 North Texas won when they met at Choctaw in August of last year, and when they were at Shell Energy Stadium in July of last year, it was a 4-0 win for the home side, Houston. So in the last 3 games, the winners have all won by at least 3 goals. The first meeting in 2024 was a 2-2 draw that North Texas won in shootout fashion at Choctaw Stadium. Aaron Essel was wagging his finger at the referee, but he committed the foul. Houston resumed play. Low pass intercepted. Garcia plays it forward. Here's Scott. Garcia making a run forward ahead of him. Scott slows down, but it's poked out of his feet. Batioja able to get a foot in. All the way back now to Montoya. Cisse. Here's Garcia. Cisse to his center back partner. It's a press trigger now for Houston, but it's a clever ball by Cisse to spring Torquato into a bit of space. His pass, though, intercepted. It comes to Halliday, the 22-year-old from Orlando, Florida. Played for Orlando City. 43 appearances for the first team, 12 in Next Pro for Orlando City B. He's been on the bench for much of the MLS season for the first team. He makes a second Next Pro appearance here today. That pass overhit. Cruz will opt to keep it in play. They were listed as a back 5. Halliday, that's a poor pass to him. Not able to get anywhere close to it. He's playing on the right-hand side. Could argue as a wing-back, as a full-back. But he'll have to do some defensive work here as Torquato. Augusto. Here's Charles. Sarver trying to use his speed. His cross attempt blocked. Spins out for a throw. Augusto, big switch of play. It over hits Torquato on this near side. Hawaii native Torquato playing at left back here today. 10th MLS Next Pro appearance so far this season. Joined the academy at the U12 level back in 2019. He's tussling with Batioja there a little too much for the referee's liking and commits the foul. Cruz forward, aiming for Sangare. Scott puts some pressure on. Come onto this loose ball. Slid across for Garcia. Return to Garcia by Torquato. SL will try and get a challenge in there, beaten to it by Betancourt. Coming on to it is Ramirez. Back to Augusto. That's a lot of pressure there. Challenge from behind was clean, a heavy touch. Good work in the press here from Houston Dynamo 2, and that's going to be a foul, a free kick, and a yellow card for Alvaro Augusto. So in his second match against Houston, he has his third yellow card. He's up a free kick from an interesting spot for Dynamo Dos. Very central, but from position to deliver. So they've got players all along the edge of the 18. How do North Texas opt to defend against this? Referee indicates to Josh Bolma he's in an offside position. He's standing there currently, waiting for delivery. It's pushed in towards the box. It was almost a pseudo shot that was nearly spilled by Montoya, but he falls on it. If you want to call that a first save of his professional career, Montoya brings that one in on his professional debut. Cisse. His pass only finds an orange jersey. It's with Batioja now. He moves centrally with it. Holds off a challenge from Ramirez, but Garcia gets a toe into it. Near side, Halliday. Bolma ahead of him. Halliday opts for the backwards option. Here's Sebastian Rodriguez. Halliday. His pass blocked, throw in to come. Clean challenge as the referee, Exxon Arzu, is bowled over there. The referee is going to pause things. Arzu a little slow back onto his feet. Some words from encouragement from Alex Beeler. Arzu is back up and moving. 3 goals so far this season, including an absolute wonder goal. These teams last met for his first goal of the season. Drove it onto his right foot, hit an absolute peach of a curler. That was the 4th goal in the 5-1 win against North Texas. Cisse. Garcia under some pressure. Torquato. SL. Cisse, and now a bit more space for Augusto. Over the top, aiming for Sarver. He gets onto it. An option in Scott centrally. Sarver to Scott. He just can't get his left foot to it. So close to a tap in for Tyrick Scott. It's still in play here. Torquato whips one in. It's pushed away. SL gets to it. Garcia brings it in. Here's Sarver now, who was so close to a second assist of 2025. SL swings one across. Here's Sarver. Brings it under his spell. Taking on his defender one-on-one. Sarver to the end line. Drags it back for Scott. That one just wide. It's a connection that continues to grow for North Texas. That time more substantial contact from Tyrick Scott, but also unable to put it on frame. That's a poor pass. Scott trying to latch onto it. And Cruz shows a bit of composure and fires a pass forward. Charles gets ahead to it. Arzu brings it in. Match kicking into life, and Charles commits the foul from behind. Tonight's match is brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. And 16 minutes into the game, this match really has gone places. A few chances there for North Texas on cutbacks from Sam Sarver. They've used him centrally at points this year as a striker, a more focal point. But with Fasu Sangare, a bigger frame, 6'1", can definitely get physical with center backs in a way that the 5'10" Sam Sarver cannot. Used for his speed more often, Sarver is. He's able to get out wide and try and cut the ball back in. It's been to big effect for Scott so far. Houston won't want to allow too many more chances for Scott to get shots in the area. Ball over the top, aiming for Sangare. Barrett gets to it first. Halliday under some pressure from behind. Clearance upfield is sliced out for a throw-in. Torquato. Quick passing, it falls to Scott now. Three surrounding him. He's not fouled. Good work defensively. Bolma plays a quick pass backwards. The attempted return to Bolma doesn't come off. SL. Garcia lets it run across him and plays it back. Minutes in, 60% possession. 3 shots for North Texas. No shots so far for the outpossessed Dynamo Dos side so far. Pass rolled forward, aiming for Sarver, cutting it off. Into the channel for Ramirez. Strong challenge put in. Barrett, who knocked out a play. Throw in, Torquato. Sangare, hold up play. Halliday gets a foot in and he clears it out of play. Gives up a throw in rather than a corner. Ramirez. Strength Ramirez comes out now, throw in. To work his way through a crowd. Batioha, big challenge, coming together there between teammates, and it breaks for Arzu. A little slow to move is SL off camera as Arzu drives it forward. Garcia slows down his move. A switch of play to this near side, intercepted by Cisse. Kept in play, cutting off the pass. Now Bolma. Josh Bolma able to carry this one forward. Cutting infield along to Arzu. Out of his feet, has a crack from distance. It's cut off and blocked. This pass rolled back. Puna. Halliday. Barrett. Halliday. One along. That one not able to be kept in play. Went out. It's a throw in, North Texas. Kept in play by Scott. Halliday. Fullback able to range forward. Clipped in. It's claimed here. Toya. Augusto. Augusto. Sangare gets ahead to it. It drops in the midfield for Rodriguez. His pass forward does find a friendly face. The pass aiming for Bolma there from Correa doesn't quite come off. Good strength in the midfield by Rodriguez. Beat Ramirez to it. Correa rolled one back to Halliday. Strength being shown here, driving forward. Referee will give a foul and a yellow card. Frustration there from Noah Betancourt after Aaron SL had quite a bit of his jersey. So SL joins Augusto in terms of North Texas players who were on yellow cards halfway through our first 45. This portion of the match is brought to you by Children's Health, the official healthcare partner of FC Dallas and North Texas SC. Sarver waved off the wall. It's Anthony Ramirez, the lone player in the wall. Readying himself for an Enrique Correa free kick. This one delivered. Header flicking this one up, not along. Sarver gets ahead to it. Ramirez juggling, keeps it in play. Correa comes on to the loose ball. Halliday being pressed from behind. Sangare making things difficult for Rodriguez. Back to Cruz. Miscommunication there. Correa was darting infield as the switch of play came on. It's out for a North Texas throw. Two best chances of our match coming courtesy of Sam Sarver cutbacks for Tyreek Scott. North Texas not able to make anything of those. The lone shot so far from Dynamo Dos, just a speculative effort from distance by Exxon Arzu that was easily blocked. Long ball upfield. Dynamo Dos out for a goal kick, quickly taken by Montoya. Charles's touch goes out of play. Quick idea on the throw-in. Putting the brakes on is Correa. Rolls one along for Halliday to roam forward from fullback. Bolma. Rodriguez. Here's Halliday. Steps in field. Bolma holds his position out wide. Bolma moves it onto his left. Has a low shot blocked by Cisse. Sarver tussling for that header. Sangare does as well. Coming away with it though is Wolf. Barrett. Halliday. Charles gets a flick onto it. Arzu will let it run out for a throw. Long throw from Arzu. Not able to be kept in play. It's out for North Texas goal kick. Offside flag goes up. Sangare coming from an offside position. Fasu Sangare making his second start up front. Joined the side in April from Buxton FC of the National League North in England. He made 6 appearances, scored a goal. It was his first professional goal for Buxton FC earlier on this calendar year. Got the start against Minnesota United FC 2. Gets another one this evening. Leads the line for North Texas. Bolma. Cut back. Batioha. Halliday. Thought about a pass centrally. Did Rodriguez. Now Bolma. Barrett. Bolma. Halliday. Barrett. Low ball attempted there from Bolma. It'll come out for a throw in. Set piece chance for Dynamo Dos here at the half-hour mark. Delivery into the 18, disappointing. Put back forward. That's a good touchdown. Delivery across frame, pushed away. Halliday leaves it for a throw. Good work from Correa. He has fond memories against North Texas. Halliday at the end line stands one up. Cisse gets ahead to it. It's scraped along only as far as Rodriguez. Rodriguez to Halliday. He can't go centrally. Back to Rodriguez. Barrett aims for Bolma. It takes an awkward spin out for a goal kick. Mentioned Correa and his good memories against North Texas. On his professional debut against North Texas, picked up a goal. Not too bad for your debut. Score against your rivals. 18-year-old playing on the right-hand side of the attack here today for Dynamo Dos. Laid back by Bolma. Arzu has come from a left position off to this right-hand side. Bolma through the middle. The back heel aiming for Arzu. It was a clever idea. It was spied out by Torquato. After early possession for North Texas, Houston have worked their way back into this game. They're controlling things of the last 10 minutes or so. Garcia. Torquato. Long ball forward by Charles, aiming for Scott. Scott brought it in under his spell, but he was offside. Flag went up far side of the field against Scott. Play quickly resumed. North Texas offside on that sequence. Dynamo Dos, long ball over the top. That one's too heavy, aiming for the run of Correa. Ramirez. Out for a throw. Torquato. Cisse. Long ball forward, aiming for Sarver. Blocked out, stayed in play. Touch heavy, SL comes onto it. That pass runs too heavy. Out in the technical area of Houston Dynamo 2. This portion of the match is brought to you by Advocare Rehydrate. Hydration for today, tomorrow, every day. Jack Edwards with you here on MLSNextPro.com. 32 minutes into the Texas derby between North Texas and Dynamo Dos. 3-hour weather delay, delayed proceedings. It follows up on another Texas derby yesterday between the first teams that was also dealing with weather delay. About 45 minutes for that matchup yesterday. And as Andy Batioja gets back to his feet, Dynamo Dos have a throw-in. Trying to go 2 for 2 on the weekend in terms of this rivalry. 2 for 2 on the season are Dynamo Dos. North Texas trying to curb both of those trends. Teams fighting for that. Last touch, North Texas. So really out of nothing, Dynamo Dos win a corner kick and a chance to toss some numbers upfield. It's the second corner of the match now for Houston. The first one didn't amount to much. Can they test Montoya on target for the first time in his professional career? Zonal marking from North Texas. The delivery doesn't beat the first man in Garcia. Ramirez just rolls one forward for Sarver. He gets to it. Sarver touch out of his feet. That's an important sliding intervention from Daniel Barrett just to get across, get in the way. There's going to be a red card issued here. It's going to be for, it appears to be a member of the staff of Houston Dynamo 2. Doesn't appear to be. So it's not a player, it's a member of the coaching staff for Dynamo 2 that have been sent off. Torquato throws one in. There's also a sub being ready. Caleb Swan will come into the match. Tyrek Scott is being prepared to come out of the game. Unclear if it's a tactical issue or if it's more fitness related for Scott. But things kicking into gear here 35 minutes in. A red card for a member of the Dynamo 2 staff. Not the head coach, Marcelo Santos. That much we can confirm. Torquato can't get ahead to it. Scott challenging from behind against Halliday. You can see Scott hobbling a little bit there as he's moving around after the challenge. Garcia goes back to Cisse. Sarver dropping off the forward line. It's poked away from his feet. Batioja trying to head it along to Arzu. And Sarver, although the flag went up, his blushes were spared. He made an important challenge. If Correa had been onside, it was Correa rather than Arzu. And so it's going to be Scott who makes way. You can see a slight hobble as he comes off the field for Caleb Swan. They'll hope it's nothing major for Tyreek Scott and just precautionary. But Caleb Swan, the academy product, comes on. 10th appearance of the season, half of them as subs, half of them as starters for the Dallas native. Originally in the academy, signed a NEXT Pro contract for this season. First start came in the season opener against St. Louis earlier this year. Cisse. Torquato over the top, aiming for Sangare. Sangare holds off one challenge. Did he win a corner? No, he did not. It went out, last touching Sangare. It's a goal kick here. Halliday. It's a strong challenge put in by Torquato. Sarver. Returned to Sarver by SL. Garcia to Ramirez. Ramirez trying to cut it back. His pass doesn't find his teammate. And Cisse, who sprints in, commits the foul. It's a free kick for Dynamo Dos. North Texas coming off a win against Minnesota in their last match. Get you some content from Minnesota during our halftime show coming up. 5 minutes plus stoppage time away from that. Josh Bolma slowly back to his feet. Always a factor is the on-field treatment rule. If players need to get treatment after being down for longer than about 10-15 seconds, they'll need to come off for 2 minutes. And Bolma, after getting back up, goes down again. So he was going to try and run it off, but he will need some treatment here. And it's a chance for a breather for both teams. So 40 minutes in. 3 shots for North Texas, 2 for Houston Dynamo 2. Just 1 shot total on target. That was 25 seconds into the game from Sam Sarver, who has been the brightest spot, you could argue, for either side. Created 2 good chances for Tyreek Scott, who had to come off with an injury issue for Caleb Swan. Sarver had the shot himself as well, but the game really waiting for an injection of quality. It's hard to blame the players, though, with the delay. Definitely throws off the rhythms for both teams. The kind of game that both sides may have to grow into before we see the best moments from North Texas and Dynamo 2. Rodriguez plays it back. Good drop of the shoulder from Puna. Ooh, Sangare wins it back. Sangare uses his speed to get in the box. The shot blocked. It goes wide. A vital intervention out for a corner now. Gavin Wolf tracking back, prevents the first goal for North Texas for Fasu Sangare. Sam Sarver stands over this corner kick. A pocket of players along the far side of that 6-yard box. In-swinger comes from Sarver. Delivered to the back post. Cruz punches it away only as far as Garcia. Rolled back. Returned to Garcia by Swan. Lifted into the area. The header. Sangare can't turn and fire. Cisse continues the press. Batioja. He's hacked down there. And Aaron Essel quickly making his case. He's on a yellow card. And that's one of those where if he's not on a yellow, the referee probably books him. But Aaron Essel knows he is on a tightrope right now. He's trying to walk on it on just 1 foot, hopping along. So SL avoids the yellow. He stays on the field. Him and Augusto both booked. Red card was a big factor when these teams met in March. It was Augusto who got sent off in the 57th minute, and 3 of Houston's 5 goals came after the red card. Wolf launches the ball back into play. Great touch from Ramirez. Rolls one over the top for Sangare in a foot race with Wolf. The center forward wins it. Sangare onto his right foot. It's saved, and the rebound latched upon by Cruz. Bowls it back into play. Maybe a chance for play to be a bit open here. Betancourt to Bolma. He's back moving around after getting his treatment. Halliday on the overlap. Bolma moves it back to Halliday. Halliday's cross blocked. Cisse chested down by Rodriguez. Bolma drives forward. Good challenge, Cisse. Here's Swan. Here's Sangare, who has grown into the game. Much more involved now. He spies Sarver. That's a good switch of play. Sarver chests it out into his path. Only Sangare now in the 18 is an option. Skips past one challenge. His touch a little too heavy. Sarver trying to generate something for himself as we enter into 2 minutes of stoppage time at the end of our first 45. Pedro Cruz booms one upfield. It's allowed to drop. Betancourt trying to squeeze his way through. That's a foul from behind. Knocked over Torquato. Andy Batioja was standing in the way of the free kick before it could be taken. SL gave a little push to Batioja, and the referee tells the two players to make nice. Cisse launches one forward for Sarver, who's been the main outlet so far today for North Texas. That header goes out of play. Charles to throw in. No Cisse. Sarver. Pass one challenge. This one squirms to Swan. Sarver returns it at the end line. The delivery takes a deflection. Halliday gets ahead to it. Top of the area, SL. His pass under hit. Batioha, good first touch to drive it into space, a foot race. Batioha thought he was first to it. He's down in some discomfort, but SL got the challenge spot on. He had to, he's on a yellow card. And that ends our first 45 minutes. Not a ton of chances for either side, just 8 combined shots. A weather delay, delaying proceedings, and the teams still waiting for the first goal of our first 45 minutes. Our score at the half, it's 0-0 between North Texas and Houston Dynamo 2. Highlights and a look at our upcoming schedule are coming later on, but first, April Marie Aguilar made her way to the land of 1,000 lakes to visit Minnesota United FC 2. She sat down with head coach Jeremy Hall in this week's Coach's Corner.
Welcome to this episode of Coach's Corner. I'm April Marie Aguilar. Joining me today is Jeremy Hall, head coach of Minnesota United FC 2. How are you doing today, Coach?
I'm great, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing fabulous. You've been with the club since its inaugural season in 2022. What does it feel like to you to have been with this organization since its inception? Yeah,
I've been very blessed, to be honest. I've gotten to work with some really good coaches here. I've learned a lot, and then to be able to step into a role as a head coach, I think just from a personal standpoint, I'm still learning and finding myself, and really grateful for the club to give me such a big role at the club. And so really excited to be here, going on year 4, and just looking to continuing the success that we've had so far.
And what ultimately inspired you to even want to become a coach?
Oh, it's a good question. Just from playing, I've had some really good coaches, some really bad coaches, and I always just felt like, I just want to be able to mentor and be around the guys. You can only play for so long. I still feel like being on the field is the next best thing, and so being able to share some of those experiences, positive and negative, that I've learned, through other coaches, and just being involved in the game, I just felt like I would love to give back. And so I love my time on the field. I love being able to build relationships with the players. I love to help them get to where they ultimately want to be, and play at a high level. And so be able to help share those experiences and be on the field, it's been awesome.
And you mentioned having played professionally, and you did 8 seasons in Major League Soccer. Given your experience as a player, aside from mentoring, what else do you find yourself now implementing into your coaching career?
Just really being myself and just being real. A lot of coaches want to talk tactics, and I think that's a big part of the game, but for me, I talk more behaviors and being aggressive and playing with intensity, and for me, hating to lose. And so if you can show up every day and try and get better, I think at the end of the day, you give yourself a better chance to be successful, because at this level that we're at, there's a lot of good players, and for me, it's how do you separate yourself. And so I believe just like working hard, winning your individual duels. I like to say just like being a dog on the field. I think that can, really get you into that next level.
And how do you feel like that gives you an advantage, even having been a player, to just become more or build stronger relationships with your players?
Well, I think the relationship piece is soccer aside. It's getting to know these kids and their families and how they're doing in school, and what are they doing on the weekends away from school, away from the field. And so I feel like whether they're playing, whether they're not, whether in a good moment, whether in a bad moment, in the second team space, we have guys coming down, so everybody's headspace is totally different. And so for me, it's just trying to be, I guess, a friend, first and foremost, just somebody that they can confide in. And then when they're on the field, when those relationships are built, I can really push them and try and demand all the other stuff out of them. And so for me, I really pride myself on that.
Lob ball up ahead, chipped over the keeper. Oh, how about that? The ball Ends up with Chandler. He controls inside the box, flips it back in, and another goal for Minnesota.
And now going into year 2 as a leader of this team, how do you personally feel like you've grown, not just as an individual, but as a coach just within this year?
Yeah, well, you have the final say in a lot of things like that, right? And so when you're building out a training week, a training month, the details that go into the training session, when you're traveling, what flight do you want to get on, all these different things, everything comes through you. And so really being organized, really being just open, right? Like our assistant coach have a lot of say in that, right? Like I don't like to take everything and just giving them the platform to, be able to coach and lead like that. And so making everything super collaborative, I can step back at times and kind of put myself in when I need to, but sharing the space with the other coaches and the players has made me just be me.
And I admire that about you, is as soon as we told you that you were named Coach of the Month, you right away were like, it's not just me, it is a team and a collaborative effort. Ultimately for the team, what would you consider a successful season?
That's a hard one in our space. For me, I always believe that winning is a part of development. And so I think with anything, if you're going into a season, I think everybody says we want to make the playoffs, we want to win the championship. I think when you look at it like that from perspective, yeah, that's great. In our space and development, we want to help these guys get into the first team. And so when I see some of the guys like, Alex Smear play with the first team or Loic play with the first team, some of the first team guys that are returned to play, DJ Taylor getting in and Sam Shishoa, when these guys come into our space, it makes me feel good because, they're getting fitter, they're getting stronger, they're getting more confident, and, hopefully we can continue to see more guys from the second team get into the first team.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you guys this season, Coach. And we can't wait to see what else is in store for you all.
Thank you so much.
But in the meantime, y'all, this is it for this episode of Coach's Corner. Be sure to tune in to our next episode to see who I'll be talking to with next. We'll catch you guys next time. For now, I'm April Marie Aguilar. Bye.
I know I'm fully attracted. I'm hanging on like a fridge to a magnet. It's a jigsaw with all the right pieces. You and me, we go good together. You and I go good together. You and I, we go good together. We go good together.
Back at Choctaw, it's still scoreless between North Texas SC and Houston Dynamo 2. We're going to look ahead to the upcoming schedule in just a moment. But first, on her visit to Minnesota, April Marie Aguilar had a chance to sit down and meet 22-year-old forward Logan Dorsey in this week's player profile.
Thank you again for joining me on this episode of Player Profile. I'm April Marie Aguilar, and today joining me is Logan Dorsey of Minnesota United FC2. Thanks so much for the time, Logan.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you. Well, just this December, you were selected by Minnesota United in the Super Draft. Then you signed with the team in March.
Yep.
Then in just your second game, you scored your first goal, followed by a brace in the next. Describe to me what these last couple of months have been like for you.
Yeah, no, it's been quite a whirlwind, no doubt. I mean, coming in, getting drafted, an unbelievable feeling, and you get a call saying, hey, you have 2 weeks to come and prove yourself, and it's like, great, let's do it. And so it was great, to get experience with the first team and to kind of get in that environment and see what it's like, and then an unbelievable feeling to sign a second team contract and kind of get that going and get that process going is awesome. And coming in and scoring a few goals is great. I'm glad to be able to help the team. So it's been fun, an experience for sure.
And what would a successful season look like for you?
For me, a successful season is our goal as a team is to win it all. We want to win the league, and I strongly believe that we have the ability to do that with the players that we have and the talent we have, coming up and down from the first team, all the switches. Like, I feel like we've embraced that really well as a group early on in the season, and I think we're going to continue to do that.
Now I want to talk a little bit about your brother because he plays for Houston Dynamo. What was the competitive nature like between the two of you growing up?
That's a good question. I think the competitive nature when we were kids was always wanting to beat each other. I think that blossomed into a really great relationship that I have with him now. More of a support role than a competitive role, but of course as kids, like, you want to be better, you want to beat him, and I think that helped propel both of us into taking the next step in our careers. So I think it was a positive, but now that it's blossomed into a good, comforting relationship, I think it's great.
And his journey, how has that influenced your own approach to the game?
Yeah, it's he's given me a lot of support throughout my career. I've obviously, as every career does, like, you have a lot of struggles and you have a lot of things and going on, and I think that his help to me has been, like, without words, it's been probably the greatest thing in my career so far. Like, having someone like him that's been through it all, that's been through what I'm going through is unbelievable. So having that support system is great, and I can't thank him enough for that.
And you mentioned struggles. How have those struggles actually led you to where you are now?
Yeah, I think, I would say the biggest thing for an aspiring pro athlete is being able to deal with struggle. And, dealing with struggle is hard for a lot of people, and it's hard for everybody. So being able to deal with that and kind of take positives and little things away from everything that you're doing, even when you're in one of those slumps, is like, I think that's the greatest thing you can do as an athlete.
And is there a specific moment or perhaps piece of advice that Griffin has provided you that's had a significant impact on you?
I would say the biggest thing that he's done for me is kind of just been there. He's been there, through the successes and saying, hey, like, maybe you don't need to get so high on this, or, when you're in a low, like, hey, you're good, like, you're right where you need to be. Like, I think kind of just being there constantly throughout the entire process has been great. Like, kind of keeping me balanced is one thing that he does really well, which I really appreciate.
And you're certainly lucky because you do have a brother who's a professional. Yeah. But with that being said, how important is it to just have that support system? Oh, yeah.
I think it's everything. I struggle with it because I think everybody needs it, and I'm so grateful that I have it, but not everybody has it, So I think, it's a great advantage for me, and maybe being able to pass on some of the information that he gives to me to other players that are struggling within our team and, close friends, I think is great to be able to do.
I love that. Well, best of luck to you and your team, Logan.
Thank you so much.
And thank you so much for tuning into this episode of Player Profile. Be sure to tune in next time to see who I'll be talking to. For now, I'm April Marie. We'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Action.
If I got it, then I bought it. Take a bite, 'cause I want it. And I know I got the taste for the cake, and I take what I make and I flaunt it. Got diamonds on my necklace. I live how I like. So looks is getting reckless. I'm feeling myself and you can't break my vibe. I'm feeling myself and you can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe.
Late night here in Arlington, Texas. The Texas Derby still scoreless after 45 minutes between North Texas SC and Houston Dynamo 2. Jack Edwards with you on hand. It was the first half. The teams were feeling each other out, probably working off a bit of rust after a 3-hour weather delay before things got started, bumping us back to a 10:30 p.m. local kick. This was just 30 seconds into the game, though. Sam Sarver, the brightest spot probably for North Texas, had that shot, has this cross. Tydrick Scott will want that one back. Just couldn't get his left foot to it to try and put a tap in home to open the scoring. Also a bright spot was Fasu Sangare. Wins this one on his own and drives forward. His shot blocked out of play. Spins out, and this one is generating something out of nothing. Drives it onto his right foot. That shot would be saved. But 2 shots for your center forward. Overall, here you see the stats. 2 shots on target combined between the two sides. Both of those you saw in the highlights for North Texas. Pass accuracy not the best for either side as well. They both love more chances, more effectiveness in the final third as we get closer and closer to our second 45 minutes. But a shot edge, possession edge as well for North Texas after the first half. This is our final game now of this match week 10 in MLS Next Pro. We can look ahead. There's a game coming up here tomorrow, a standalone game between Atlanta United 2 and Crown Legacy. Then the action gets going again on Friday. New York City FC 2 kicks things off, taking on Chicago Fire FC 2 at home. Teams looking ahead in terms of North Texas. They play at Tacoma 6 days from now on a very busy Sunday next weekend. As well as Houston Dynamo 2, they play at Austin FC 2. That one's a bit further on towards the end of the month on May 30th. Those are the upcoming games, though. Also a lot of games, importantly, on Sunday, a jam-packed Sunday, and MLS Next Pro action. You can see the full schedule on MLSNextPro.com. Get caught up with what's happening next across the league in the coming days and weeks. So we're a few minutes away from second half kickoff between these two teams. North Texas taking on Houston Dynamo 2. North Texas trying to make sure Houston doesn't enjoy a fantastic weekend in terms of this rivalry. The first team winning in the action on Saturday evening. Saw some content involving Logan Dorsey, plays for Minnesota. Griffin Dorsey, his older brother, he's made a few appearances for Dynamo 2 during his career with Houston Dynamo, but he scored in the matchup between the two sides yesterday. Another Hoosier, we mentioned one, Sam Sarver, starting on the opposite end of things for North Texas. He was a threat. He's a versatile option. We saw him be very involved in that first 45 minutes. No subs for either team to report for you at halftime. Coaches want to see the players work their way into this game. You saw on the stats, 6 shots to 2 in favor of North Texas, 2-0 in shots on target. Still waiting for our first goal. We're in the second iteration of the Texas Derby here in MLS Next Pro 2025 action. 57% possession as well for North Texas. Controlled the better of things. The ball at their feet. There was a first half sub. You saw Tyreek Scott with that chance in the highlights, but Caleb Swan came on about 40 minutes into the game. It was a slight injury issue, it looked like, for Scott as he limped off the field. Scott has dealt with some injury issues before. ACL and LCL reconstruction surgery in February 2023 after a preseason injury ruled him out for all of 2023. Made his return to the field in 2024, scored 10 goals, had 3 assists in 24 appearances. Was able to feature in Leagues Cup and MLS during his comeback. He was a big part of the team that were MLS Next Pro champions in 2024. Alex Beeler is our head official. And heading from left to right will be North Texas, who get things going with Sangare rolling one back to Aaron Essel. If there was to be a sub, you would have guessed it might be Aaron Essel, who, from my estimation, was quite lucky to stay on the field and not see a second yellow card. After a challenge in the first half, there was a clip from the behind. Barrett just catching the heels of Anthony Ramirez. So we'll see what John Gall and Marcelo Santos do in terms of personnel and tactical tweaks as we continue to age on into our game. We appreciate you joining us wherever you are, whether it's early Monday morning, late Sunday night. Next Pro action this Sunday comes to a conclusion. Sliced out of play. Throw in to come here near side, Dynamo Dos. Implications of a result, Dynamo 2 could go within 2 points of Ventura County at the top of the Western Conference. Back to that in a moment as Arzu gets it out of his feet. He goes down. The referee points and gives a goal kick here. Looked like Exxon Arzu went down a little easy there. Dynamo Dos could go within 2 points of Ventura County at the top of the conference. North Texas could leap as high as second They would go level on points with Colorado Rapids 2. They would bounce past Houston Dynamo 2. Touch there from Ian Charles, rolls away from him. To throw in for Dynamo Dos, Exxon Arzu will leave it for Puna. Over the top, Boma gets onto this one. His pass backwards, intercepted by Swan. Big leap, it's pushed upfield. The header down rolls kindly for Garcia. This one comes out wide. Torquato will keep it in play. Slight foul as Cisse was playing that upfield. It's a free kick for North Texas. Touched on it in the first half, but these teams coming into the game in good form. 11 points in their last 5 games for both of these groups. We knew it was going to be close. Points at the top of the table, very important. That's a poor touch from Cisse. It's going to be a throw in here. Halliday sprints upfield to take. Correa returns it to Halliday. Sam Sarver. Clever pass along. Rolled by Swan. Torquato. Here's Ramirez now. Ramirez has cycled out into that left-hand side roll with the substitution of Scott. Swan a bit more central. Pass too heavy for Sarver. It's going to be out for a goal kick. Sangare. It is going to get along to Sarver. Sarver moving in field. Garcia played forward. Torquato on the turn. His shot lacked the required power to really challenge Pedro Cruz. Charles upfield. Cruz. Over the top. Off his line, Montoya making his pro debut. And net played that one forward. Clipped over the top. Sarver continues his run forward. An option central just behind the run of Diego Garcia. You could see the idea there. Swan blocks that attempted clearance. It spins out for a goal kick. So North Texas generated an opportunity. Just not quite able to link up, but they got a 2-on-1 inside the 18-yard box. They have to be excited about the numbers they were able to generate going forward. Long ball forward. Bit of a mix-up, but enough done defensively to make sure Bolma couldn't capitalize. SL. Sarver over the top. Sam Sarver using his speed. He's going to get there first. Garcia is central, as is Sangare, but Sarver just loses his foot. He slips along that end line. And Sam Sarver continues to threaten. Long ball forward. Header won by Charles. SL in the midfield, nods it along. It bounces up. Did it hit a hand? Yes, it did. Sangare. Wolf. Charles does well to climb highest, win the header. Swan returns it to the fullback. That's a good pass. Finds SL in the midfield, and the open man is Swan. Over the top. Aiming for Sarver yet again. Big sliding intervention. It is going to be a foul. It's a free kick. Jaden Puna brings down Sam Sarver, and Puna quickly walking away. He won't escape the punishment of a yellow card. First Dynamo Dos player booked this evening. The speed of Sam Sarver, it continues to be an X factor. He just gets there, and it forces Puna into a challenge that he knows he might not win. It was very close. Referee Alex Beeler seeing it as a foul, a yellow card, and Puna, who already had the challenging task of dealing with the speed of Sam Sarver, has to do so on a yellow card. Sam Sarver will back up with a right-footed option. Diego Garcia on the left. Sarver delivers. It's blocked out of play. It comes out. It's going to be a corner kick. They're appealing for handballs against Josh Bolma. It certainly looked like it hit his arm when it was up against his chest. He can't cut off his arms to avoid committing a handball in the area. Corner delivery dealt with well. Goes out of play. Oka to come. It allows a chance for 2 subs now for Houston Dynamo 2. Leo Gito and Isaac Muakutuya will come into the game for Gavin Wolf and Enrique Correa. So Correa can't make it 2 goals in 2 games against North Texas. Muakutuya, center back, or defender I should say, coming onto the field. Gito, so a midfielder, comes on for his 4th appearance professionally for Dynamo 2. Play restarts with Sangare pressing high up the field. Immediately into the action is Gito. Swan continues the press, and a little too much muscle used in the press. Commits the foul. Rodriguez. Big switch of play. It's kept in play. Numbers forward, Halliday, his delivery, a big deflection. Arzu can't climb highest, and it's cleared away by Caleb Swan. Over the top, Sangare to chase to it. Cruz off his line. Just boots it back upfield. Great touch from Halliday for Bolma. He can carry forward now. Rolls one forward into the path of Halliday. Delivery into the area, nodded towards goal, just over by Noah Betancourt. But about as dangerous as Houston have looked all day. Quickly getting the ball out wide. Fullback on the overlap, Halliday picks out an option. Challenging header to get towards goal, maybe left a little too early. Did Betancourt. Sangare wins it back. Plays it out wide for Ramirez. Anthony Ramirez, touch out of his feet, the delivery to the back post. It's aiming for Sarver. The header up, a pair of them by Puna. Sarver. Charles, SL, back to Augusto. Here's Cisse. First time laid back to SL. Fires one out wide, again too fast for Sarver. It comes out for a goal kick. Tonight's match is brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. Past the hour mark now. Some chances for both teams to write home about. Maybe a bit more clinical finishing, and we could see a goal for either side up to this point. The final half hour plus have in store. There's a bit too much pulling by Josh Bolma up against Cisse, and it results in a free kick. Sarver. See Contreras being ready to come into the game. Rodriguez. Batioja. Augusto. Charles. Here's Bolma. It's a great idea on the pass, aiming for Halliday, who gets there first. It's Augusto, and he shows good strength. It was a clever idea. It's a chance now for Jayden Contreras to come into the match. Making way will be Fasu Sangare. The striker had a few chances here today. It was mostly half chances that he generated himself. But his wait for his first goal for North Texas continues. I say wait as if it's been a significant period of time, just the second start since joining the side in mid-April. He's been a good contributor. Jayden Contreras comes in now, originally from Houston. He's been an academy product for North Texas for some time. Made one appearance in Next Pro in 2024. This is his 9th of 2025. Touch a little heavy. First idea is great. Springs an option in. Sarver trying to come centrally. There's a coming together in the area. And the referee will point to the spot. Alex Beeler thought about it for a moment, but decides, yes, it was a foul by Jaden Puna on Sam Sarver. It was a brilliant pass to spring in the option on the far side of the field. Sarver jumps in ahead of Puna. There's an argument to be made the ball may have already been gone by the time the challenge went in. You can understand the decision there, and it means the best chance of the match by far will come 12 yards away. Cruz wants to offer some good luck, well wishes to Sam Sarver. Sarver uninterested in returning the high five. He's trying to make it 5 on the season. Sam Sarver, 4 goals through 9 games as a pro. He's been tasked with penalties so far this year. And in a match that has been starved of quality chances, Sarver has a golden one, 12 yards out against Pedro Cruz. Sam Sarver delivers in the bottom right corner. 5 goals on the season now for the captain of North Texas. He wins the penalty. He scores the penalty. Let's see how he won it again. Brought down by Puna. He's been making something happen all game. He makes the penalty happen, and he puts it home to make it 1-0 North Texas over Houston Dynamo 2. So in the aftermath of that goal, there is a yellow card for Sam Sarver. It's always an interesting one. When does the shirt come off? Because on that instance, he put the shirt over his head and he ran to celebrate. Because it's always a yellow card clearly when you take the shirt off, but when does the shirt come off? It's a chicken or the egg situation. But there is, I'm sure, somewhere the letter of the law where the shirt coming off becomes a factor, and Sarver lifting his shirt up in celebration was enough to be booked. So he joins SL, Augusto, and Puna on yellows. And Puna, I don't believe that should have been a yellow card in the box on that penalty foul, but he is also walking an even tighter tightrope. He committed the foul on Sarver a bit earlier on in the match that resulted in his yellow card. Arzu pressing Augusto, who's on a yellow. He does well and plays to Cisse. Played forward. Did that same play? No, it didn't. Referee whistles the ball back for a throw. Big challenge put in. It slides here for Ramirez. So comes out of play. Corner is the result. Sam Sarver, far side of the field, has the chance with an in-swinging corner. 5 options in the 18-yard box. Whips it towards the back post, overhits them all. Trying to keep it in play is Charles. Does so successfully, but Halliday knocks it forward. Batioja, he's tugged there. Very cynically done by Torquato. He gives a thumbs up as he runs back to his defensive position. Fourth North Texas player to be on a yellow. Cruz, it's poked away from his feet. Pair of subs now for Houston Dynamo, 2. Stephen Honor and Jordi Bourbano both coming into the match. Andy Batioja also makes way. So Exxon Arzu, Andy Batioja off Stephen Honor and Jordi Bourbano into the match. Long throw, cleverly done. On the second attempt, they get it to Bourbano. Bourbano, he's being tugged back there. He is going to win a free kick. It's poked away there. Man, SL is riding that tightrope real hard. He's on a yellow card. Could have been given a yellow for a foul in the first half, and he boots that one away. It would have been very to the letter of the law by Alex Beeler. This rivalry game has been very close. Boma, his delivery a little under hit, but it comes on now. Mwakatuya. He's got a lot of jersey of his opponent. Mwakatuya will be booked here. This portion of the match is brought to you by UT Southwestern Medical Center, the #1 hospital in Dallas-Fort Worth. Confirmation that yellow card from Mwakatuya. The referee, I don't believe, had blown his whistle. It's another one of those interesting intricacies. When a yellow card is given, the referee has to whistle to resume play by the letter of the law. Learn something new every day. Throw in, much to the disbelief of the right back, Michael Halliday. So North Texas up by a goal, courtesy of a Sam Sarver penalty. Is it one penalty to replace 10 of them from a shootout that we seemed destined for at 0-0. Back to Cruz. Sarver put some pressure on him, but he gets it out of his feet. There's been some good success from Jaden Contreras in the press to get some blocks on these attempted clearances by Houston Dynamo 2. He hasn't made something happen from them. But the Houston native will continue the press unabated. And again, just gets a foot to it. Just making things happen. It's the hallmark of a great center forward. Of a great forward, a great player in the modern game. Doesn't matter if something comes from it every time. You have to keep making that run in the off chance something does happen. Michael Halliday prefers this ball to the other one. Thrown in for Puna. Gito. You hear Sam Sarver say to the bench he's on a yellow while he pulled out of that challenge. And on the ball now, Burbano. Options with him. Delivers a great ball for Anor. A touch out of his feet, and he puts it home. An equalizer for Dynamo Dos on the road. They might be the first touches for the Ghanaian on the field, but Steven Anor makes them count for goal number 2 on the season. Jordi Burbano given time to pick out an option. He finds Anor, and that's a great pair of touches. One to bring it down, another to put it past the goalkeeper. They thought it should have been offside, and it ruins a debut clean sheet for Nicholas Montoya in net for North Texas. We're back even. This portion of the match is brought to you by Advocare Spark. Energy for today, tomorrow, every day. What energy do the teams have left in the tank for the final 15 minutes plus stoppage time? We're poised for penalties again unless another team, another player, put a twist in the tail. Sarver canceled out by Anor. Ramirez thought about it. Plays it to Garcia. Ramirez, big touch. Rolls one across. Contreras, he fouled Cruz trying to reach in for that one. And Cruz feeling the effects of that challenge from Jaden Contreras. Cruz getting some attention here. It's an obvious exemption to the on-field treatment rule. That'd be harsh. 2 minutes out your goalkeeper. Empty netter situations are very rare. They have Roman Karimov on the bench. Dynamo Dos do, in case they need to replace Cruz. He started 2 games the Russian goalkeeper has so far this year. All over the top here. Comes along. Edge of the 18. Garcia can't open an angle. Now a chance for Gito to move forward. Not able to get an option across, but Honor does very well to get in and try and keep play going. The loose one comes to Sarver here. Was he bowled over? Yes, he was. Gito commits the foul. Sell wants to take it quickly. Augusto. Puna. Sarver leaves it. It's out for a throw. Flicked down. Can't link with Sarver. Contreras comes onto the loose ball. Been very energetic off the bench. Here's Swan, who was a first half sub. Ramirez moves it out wide. Delivery across. It's claimed by Cruz. Took an awkward hop right in front of him. Did well to bring it in. Booms one forward, aiming for Honor. It's overhit for the forward, who has the goal for Dynamo Dos. Garcia. Was he fouled? No, he was not. It's a throw-in. We're carrying that ball forward with Gito. Gito. It's moved out wide. Good work from Dynamo Dos. What can they create here? A great challenge from Augusto. Breaks it down. He launches one forward, aiming for Contreras. Again, his pressure pays off. He plays it to Sarver. His goal has been canceled out. Sam Sarver one-on-one, trying to use his speed. Driving into the 18, drives it across. Pushed away by Betancourt. Corner will come. Corner delivered. Cruz punches away. Sarver brings it down through a crowd. It's pushed out. Garcia delivers to the back post. The header goes up. Charles trying to keep it in play. Does so successfully. Here's Ramirez. Numbers still forward for North Texas. This one blocked. Another corner is the result. Another in-swinging corner will come from Sam Sarver. He delivers to the 6-yard box. The header down. The goal disallowed for a foul in the 6-yard box. Ian Charles thought he had his second goal of the season and maybe a winner in the derby. But it's whistled for a foul inside the area. Here's Dynamo 2. That will be a foul. Charles commits it. Zooming here, Gito. Kept in play. Urbano was fouled. It's going to be a free kick here. Free kick will come in just a moment. It was a slight bump in the back by Augusto into Urbano. That was the foul. You saw it again there. Charles met a great delivery by Sam Sarver, who's down on this near side, getting a little bit of treatment done. They still have subs in the bank, North Texas do, but they would really dislike to bring off Sarver, not just for the attacking threat he brings, but say this goes to a shootout. They've already taken one penalty today. Sam Sarver took it. Wouldn't want to lose your #1 penalty taker before a shootout. So he's getting some treatment here. So after Sarver's treatment, Urbano delivers this set piece, drops it in, nodded across, and that would almost be an own goal. A good save from Montoya. Long ball forward. Good strength shown, and there's numbers forward for North Texas. Garcia moves it to the outside. The right-footed shot parried away by Cruz. It comes out for a throw-in on the break. North Texas trying to retake the lead. Good work from Garcia to roll it along to Contreras, and a good save by Cruz. Into play, Contreras. Urbano back. It's cleared up field now. SL moves it to Cisse. Cisse clipped forward. Ramirez brings it down. Augusto. Cisse creeping forward. Contreras the only option in the 18. Sarver still off the field. One-two played. Contreras drags it back in the area. Ramirez couldn't get it out of his feet. Gito got a toe to it. It's nodded forward, no nonsense clearance upfield. Augusto wins the header. SL moves it along. Flicked centrally. A great first touch by Garcia! And he retakes the lead for North Texas in the 87th minute. 8 goals in 2024 for Diego Garcia. He's got his first of 2025. And could it be a derby winner for the home side? A great finish. Flicked on header, got to Garcia. So 2 subs will come in now. Daniel Barron, Leo Orejarena will be coming into the game. Making way with the goal scorer, Diego Garcia, and the goal assister, Anthony Ramirez. Play resumes. Minute and a half, plus whatever number the fourth official on the near side puts up on his board. Pushed upfield, Bolma. Bit of his jersey was tugged there, enough to earn a free kick. Gito out of his feet, but only finds a North Texas opponent. A drop of the shoulder there from Orejarena, not able to play it forward. Burbano, Halliday, Burbano moved out wide. Bolma doesn't get a good first touch to it. It runs out for a goal kick. Nicholas Montoya. Look at the referee, sees that Alex Beeler is making note of how long he's taking to take this goal kick. He won't have a shutout on his debut. Montoya won't, but could he get a win? There's 5 minutes. They have to see out North Texas do. Over the top, aiming for Sarver. Cruz claims it. Still some time for Dynamo Dose to come up with something. That's a tough collision of heads there between Charles and it looked to be Burbano. Both Charles and Burbano have tried to quickly get back onto their feet. They'll have to be inspected. You know, the nasty coming together of heads. Burbano and Charles are moving around, which is great after that collision of heads. It's going to be a yellow card, though, for Charles. Don't mean to laugh at the result, but he gets up after a collision of heads just to see a yellow card. You hear him say, for what? The referee says for the foul he committed. It is a free kick. And it's going to be a chance for Pedro Cruz to maybe launch one forward. We may have a bit more time beyond the 5 minutes. The wind has been a factor all day, and it was moving this free kick, so it's no longer a dead ball. Cruz will take, launches one upfield into the mixer, nodded away. Burbano will chase it down, see it out for a throw. Jordi Burbano tosses it in. Bolma on the bike, gets up to try and get involved. Charles clears it upfield. Dynamo Dos throw in. There was a coming together off the ball, and that's a straight red card for Jordi Borbano. Referee saw something off the ball that he didn't like, and Borbano gets his marching orders in the 93rd minute. They're appealing to the assistant on the far side, but it looks like Jordi Borbano is being sent off. Watch the left side of your screen. Well, there's a bit of contact into the neck area. Some may argue it's soft, but you do that, you let the referee make a decision, and his decision is red card. So Borbano will be suspended for Houston's trip to Austin on May 30th. So obviously the red card for Borbano hurts. Assisted the goal for Steven Honor. The added disadvantage is a free kick. More time to kill for North Texas. So we've had 5 minutes. Maybe we've played a minute of the stoppage time here. Throw-in taken to resume play. Houston down a goal, down a man. Trying to mount the comeback late on in this match. Knotted upfield. Charles steps in, wins the header. Another one knotted forward. Contreras trying to challenge for it, loses out. Contreras just continues to get stuck in these challenges. Swan for Sarver. Sarver goes into the corner flag. Trying to just kill some time off. It's a goal kick here for Dynamo Dos. Maybe 3 minutes beyond the 5. That's going to be this broadcaster's conservative estimate. But it's all up to the view of Alex Beeler, the head official. Out for a throw for North Texas. Aaron SL. Charles over the top, aiming for Swan. He gets there. Caleb Swan to the corner flag. It's going to be a corner kick as the result. Quickly taken into this corner. Out for a throw-in for North Texas. Another throw-in here. It's gonna be a corner, rather. Again, played in. Keeping this ball as far away from the defensive third for North Texas. They win another throw-in. It's thrown in quickly. Finally gets out of this corner. Sarver plays it back. Swan forward. Here's Contreras. Showing good strength here. Keeps it in play. There's a tug of the shorts. It's a foul. It's going to be a free kick here. Halliday nods it centrally. No one there to attack it. No nonsense forward. and North Texas take the Texas Derby. A late goal from Diego Garcia sees out the results at home. And for the third time in their history, they take down Houston Dynamo 2 today by a score of 2-1. Sam Sarver had the first. It was canceled out by Steven Honor, but Diego Garcia's 87th minute strike separates the sides, and we can look back on that as he is our man of the match this evening. A great first touch to skip past Barrett and puts a fantastic finish into the bottom right corner to seal a 2-1 result. North Texas next up on the road at Tacoma. Houston next up at Austin FC 2. For our entire Next Pro broadcast crew, I'm Jack Edwards. Our final score, it's North Texas 2, Houston 1. Don't forget, you can watch MLS Next Pro all season long at MLS Season Pass and Apple TV and MLSNextPro.com. Have a great rest of your weekend.
This copyrighted broadcast of Major League Soccer may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of Major League Soccer.